Hi. Good morning. Today I'm gonna try to build this desk. I don't know, I'm calling it a desk riser, but it's probably has a better name. But I can kind of show you a little bit what I intend to do here. Oops. Okay, hopefully you can see that. So I drew this thing out the other day because my monitors are really low on my desk. So I want to raise them up and then create just a lot more surface to kind of spread out my stuff. So if I get these monitors up off of my desk, then I can use all this bottom space to do whatever. So that's my goal today. We'll see how far I get. I'm just gonna put this picture down here. You can see kind of in the background there, I have a piece of plywood over there. I'm gonna take that piece of plywood, cut it down for the top. And then we're going to basically draw out the top. We're gonna put an outline of the top onto the plywood, cut it out, and then we'll start working on the legs for the top. So we're just gonna, actually I have some tea I'm gonna finish first, but kind of do a few things at the same time. I switched back to my earbud mic, so hopefully the sound is okay. You can always switch it around, but I think this will be better because I'll be able to talk while I'm over on the other side. So we're just gonna listen to music and chill and try and make something nice while having a cup of tea. I definitely need to invest in a nice lavalier mic or something. All right, enjoy the show. I'm gonna put some music on in my earbuds if my computer can handle it. All right, we're just getting set up to show you how I'm going to lay this out. All right, hopefully you can see all that. Got a compass. So we're gonna draw some of those curves with the compass. I'm just gonna lay out everything. See where it takes us. This might be a total failure. Especially considering I'm using really bad plywood, but we'll see. But right now I have a little bit of Jimi Hendrix in my ears. It's helping me out. I really wish I could have royalty-free music on here. Or not have royalty don't have to worry about that. All right, so in my drawing, see my computer is already starting to fail. One moment, I have to take a phone call. Okay, guys, I didn't expect this. I go from having nobody on my channel to having literally everybody. Hey, thank you guys. Date Night In just followed me. Thank you. Maddie, it's Bot Maddie. Merrick Dragon, thank you for following. Hi. Thank you. Woodworker, yeah. I know you're a woodworker. I follow you, KevBot. Sarah Catholic, thank you for following. Chocolate for Healing, thank you for following. Oh, guys. So what I'm doing here today, let me just go backwards a little bit here, show you what I'm working on. France, wow. Really cool. So yeah, I work from home. So this is what I'm trying to build to make my work from home situation a little bit better. If you can see that. Jeffrey Wolf, thank you for following. Ooh. All right, we can show you this a little bit bigger here. I got my text-to-speech going nuts in my head. It's like I just lost all my sanity. So now you can kind of see this a little better. Oh, I love SketchUp. Well, it's good. Yeah, I do SketchUp because it's free. I use the free versions. I use the online version quite a bit, and I use the 2017 version a lot, depending on what I'm building. But the online version is really nice because it just transfers between computers. So I use that with most of my simple projects. So yeah, it's kind of fun. But yeah, just a little bit ago, I cut this piece of plywood, and I'm trying to make this thing on the screen. Oh, you get it with school. Very cool. Car transmissions. Very complex, I would assume. Yeah, well, here's the thing though. It's gonna be sweet, but it looks much cooler on SketchUp than I'm using really low quality plywood. The desk is just a cheap desk. This work from home thing happened so fast. I just bought the cheapest thing on Amazon. I didn't really have time to build it. So I do intend to build a desk at some point, but I mean, I just needed a desk right away. It was like, I think it was like $100 on Amazon. Want to come by my house and help hang the blinds? Oh yeah. I'll be right over, little nerd. You got it. I'm very good at hanging blinds. Wow, I can't believe this is the most viewers I've ever had. Well, all right, so I got this piece of plywood here. I'm just trying to lay out my lines so I can cut them. Oh yeah, totally. That's kind of, because this is really low quality plywood, we're just gonna see how it looks. We're probably gonna have to apply a lot of wood filler, and if it doesn't look good, we're just gonna paint it. Simple as that. We're gonna sand it and paint it. But I'd like to kind of keep the natural like plywood look. I mean, it's not really natural, but it's got kind of a, I don't know, maybe a modern feel. So we'll see how it looks. Plus, this is gonna help me. Oh my gosh, I work all day long on my computer monitors, and I'm staring down, I'm hunching over, and I need to stop that. So this is gonna help me for ergonomic. Gebgas, thank you for following. Design skateboards. Wow. That's really cool. Oh man. It's got character. Yes, I do a lot of using what I have at the moment. I'm not sure if you can really see this, but over on that wall over there is just like all kinds of old pallet wood and stuff that I've just been hoarding, trying to turn into something. Kind of a little shop deal here, but I got some, it's hard to see. Anyway, I definitely like working with what I have, so. Plus I don't have a lot of cash, so you know how it works. It is always good to have it. And I just built a big giant shed this summer, so I got a lot stored, and I was able to clear out this garage so I can actually work on stuff, which is totally different from what I'm used to doing. It's like yeah. Yeah, I built almost all of it on stream, which that's what was happening when I just started, so I'm missing a lot of stuff. I didn't realize Twitch deletes your stuff, so I lost a lot of my streams. I literally built the whole thing on stream by myself. I had one day where two of my buddies came to help lift up the walls. That was it. Yeah, you like them? Here. Wire's in the way here, but I just picked these up on Facebook Marketplace. They're like from the 90s or something. They're all beat up, but I mean, I'm gonna be stuck in here for a while with all this pandemic stuff going on, so. Oh yeah, they're kind of pretty. And I just strapped them to the ceiling literally with straps. So there's that. Man, thank you for the raid. But yeah, so what I'm doing right now is I'm just laying it out. I got my drawing here, and I've been going back to the drawing. Oh gosh, old furniture. If I could find something that was like a mid-century modern thing on Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist, I would buy it in a second just to like be inspired by like how that stuff works. That kind of furniture is amazing. That's kind of what I was trying to go for building this riser. You can see the little V, the legs and the support in the middle. It's kind of what I was going for, like a mid-century modern type of thing. Oh, have you built some of the risers before? I'm not even sure what they call them, what the actual name for it is. Yeah. So I got to figure out the radius of this angle here. Center. So 5 9/16. Okay, no, that'll be easy. So yeah, we're just going to build bunk beds. Geez, how little were you? Wow, that's great. It's really good to see like such a creative outlet for young people. All right, this can't be right. Yeah, it's not. And it's really interesting to see what kind of creative outlets people get when they're younger. Like, for me, the thing that inspired me to start working with wood, when I was, I don't know, probably around that age, 14 or so, we had a class where we got to choose a project, and it was for history class. And you could like write a report. It was all about World War II, and we were all reading the Anne Frank diary. And so you could choose to write a report, or you could choose to there were many different projects you can choose from. And one of them was to make a model of the Anne Frank, the house that they hid away in. And so lots of people chose that project, and all they did was they made it out of paper, and it was fun. But I made mine out of wood, and I made like a dollhouse essentially, the Anne Frank hideaway house. And so I took blocks of wood on a bandsaw and made the table, chairs, and the second level. And yeah. 3D printing skateboards is awesome. You can get so many cool skateboards. That's just a awesome thing. I after that Anne Frank house, I just started going nuts. But yeah, I just want to share this with everybody. Thank you. Oh yeah, I always used to. My grandpa always let me pound nails in his shop when I was very young. I remember that vividly. All he did was pound nails into wood. Didn't make anything. Oh man, Maddie, thank you. You really didn't need to do that. I appreciate it. Okay. When people sub, I usually write their name on some wood. Thank you. I really just like making things. You like that? used to build stuff when I was a kid. Now he makes stuff for your kids. Love it. Love it. Hey, thank you, Lynn. DOI hat. Learning tower. What's a learning tower? A learning tower? Amazing. All right. My handwriting is terrible, but it's happening. This is what I usually do. All right. Oh, cool. Thank you all for being here. Everyone gets, all subs get a little piece of wood on my garage door. Maybe I can make this big for you. You can see it. All right, you can see my egg stickers are also on the garage. Like cook in the kitchen. Yep. Step with garlic. Okay, yes. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. So my goal of the stream, I had originally intended to help other people start, not necessarily woodworking, but do DIY projects and do stuff on their own home. And so that's kind of my intent, is to not just do woodworking, but to capture me making my home better so that other people might be able to do it as well and feel more comfortable doing it. That's what I really want to do. So hopefully that ends up turning out. I mean, here's my, oh yes, whatever tool you want, I would be happy to teach you. This was my last project that I haven't finished yet, but I'm making a tortilla press. Oh man. For a while, I was a very big minimalist. I would, before I moved in with my girlfriend, I lived in an apartment. And when I moved away from it, I was literally able to fit everything I owned into a Chevy Cruze, you know, like a small car. I literally fit everything I owned into that car. I was so, I liked that. But I have since gotten a lot more stuff. So I still subscribe to a minimalist philosophy, but I have too much stuff. The camp thing, I volunteer for a children's camp. I don't expect anyone to donate to them, but this is my charity thing. I built this sign just earlier, and it's sitting in my garage until the spring, until I can bring it up to camp. So they're a camp for underprivileged children. They're a community center in Minneapolis, and they help people generally. They just I'd be happy to tell you anything you want about them, but that's kind of my my charity thing. I go to camp at least twice a year, about twice a year, except for pandemic years, and we do maintenance up at the camp. On another note for minimalism, packing up and going, best feeling in the world. Oh, build houses. Yeah, the camp has really provided a great outlet for me. I can go up there and you just work, get stuff done, and make it nicer. They don't have a lot of anything, and so everything I do to help, they appreciate so much, and I'm glad I can do it. Oh, you can journey. Man, you know, I don't know how long. It's only been recently where I have been able to do the things I'm doing now. For the longest time, like when I lived with my parents, they didn't have all the tools I have now. And so I was lucky to have just this really crappy bandsaw to make some of the stuff I did. And in college, don't have anything. And after college, don't have anything. But you get like a small amount of tools and you work with what you have. And just that amount of creativity, working with what you have, you learn so much from it. It's great. Exactly. Having fewer things allows you to be more creative, I think, or allows you to learn. So when I have these things, I've learned so much by not having things that I think the things that I do now turn out better. So just a thought there. This whole raid just really threw me off. I have no clue what I'm doing right now. I was literally had no viewers, and I was talking to my dad on the phone, and then Ruby raid. Man, thank you. I'm just trying to get this little part here. Yeah, for sure. There's so much to be learned by not having a lot. Yes. And now for a long time I didn't have a lot. Now I'm almost a little too spoiled. I have a good job and I have just about anything I want. Like sometimes you almost want to go back to when you had to figure things out. Yes, I'm very privileged now. But what are you doing today? I thank you for being here. And just trying to figure out this angle right here. I'm gonna get some music going in the background that's kind of interrupting everything. There we go. All right, so how do I do this now? We're going to measure. There's probably much better ways to do this, but I'm not thinking that far ahead. I'm just trying to make it look nice. So I'm gonna measure 5 1/4. Trying to get this point right here. And you don't have to be exact, you just have to make it look nice. I'm gonna measure 5 1/4. Oh man. I could I skipped a lot of frames. Sorry. My take on SketchUp, it's bad. I had originally worked with AutoCAD in like high school. I took some classes, and it's SketchUp allows you to do things. It's more accessible to the hobby woodworker, is what I would say. And things like SolidWorks and what do you say, SolidWorks? I used Fusion 360 and stuff like that. And they're definitely better programs, but SketchUp is more accessible because they have this free version, and they have like the old version that's available. But there's a lot of bad things about SketchUp. It just doesn't work as nice as it should. You know? That being said, glad to have it. Yeah, and SketchUp does like this weird like subscription thing now. It's really made a lot of people angry at it. You can't just buy the program and use it. So that's not great. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, COVID is literally the worst. I don't know what to say about that. What am I doing here? There's gotta be a better way. So I just need to find this. probably not doing this right. Oh my goodness. Come on, turn green. Oh, wow. Oh, man, that's amazing. Really cool. That's so great. Oh man, very, very cool. I'm glad there's good people in the world in this time. The times that we're living in are just so strange. Yes. 100%. Just gonna try on this. See how this looks. Yeah. I gotta figure out how to get that tangent. Alright, I'll make this a little bigger. This computer is not very good. Alright, so this line 1 1/16. This line is 1 1/8. So that's all I really have to do. Yeah. It's so hard right now with just seems not listening to each other. We really aren't listening to each other. But I'm trying to do the opposite. My friends who differ politically, doing the best. Alright, you see what I'm doing here? So, I'm just trying to get a nice line that's kind of tangent. That's probably as close as I'm gonna get. We can always sand it out. Oh. bunch. I don't know if you know that game. The Little Alert is one of my favorite games growing up. Streets of Rage. I always like to put it in wherever I can find a space for it. I'd like to put it in. And thank you for being here. It's nice to share this with people. So I don't know, I got a few extra projects that I'm going to be doing in the future. One of those is a coffee filter holder. So I don't know. I should show it to you. I got all of my projects kind of hanging around on SketchUp. So I got this pretty much laid out. I'm going to take a jigsaw and cut it out, sand the edge, make it look nice. But let's take a moment here, and there's my back view. Where did that go? There. All right. I think I got a few pictures in here I can share. I'm also really like to cook a lot, so I don't know why those showed up first, but there's a project I made that was for my girlfriend. She does fish tanks, and she needed a little rack for her test tubes. So I guess that's not a very big picture, but it looks really nice in person. Oh, I have a cat. The coffee. There's a table I made. I thought the coffee filter thing was in here somewhere, but well, there's some of the stuff I've made, and there's a bunch of wood I got for cheap. You like that? There's the shed. I gotta update my slideshow here. Needs a lot of work. All right, so it's not on there. We can probably pull it up on SketchUp if it's in here. Oh, I don't have the coffee filter holder. I'm sorry. Well, you can see my impossible table that I drew out. Hey, Salty. How are you? Here's the impossible table I intend to build soon. That's coming up fairly soon, and Man, I can't believe I don't have the okay, so I took a stream to make a coffee filter holder that's like mid-century modern design. I think it looks so cool and I can't wait to build it. It's probably going to be one of my next projects. Yeah, that's not happening today. But my project for today, if I can use my tabs properly, is a little riser for my, oh, and I ruined my drawing, I'm sorry. But I can do a little editing here. That's kind of what I'm building today. With a little mid-century flair with the legs. And every time I switch off of Streamlabs, it like, I start losing frames. This computer is really bad. Yeah, so I'm just gonna keep going. I am happy to answer any questions. The stream isn't that amazing. Let's try to get a better camera view. One of the things I'm going to have to do at the moment is take a bathroom break. I'm just going to mute myself and I'll be right back. One moment. All right, so my next step, I kind of got these laid out. My lines look okay. Hey, visit on Facebook Marketplace in Cottage Grove, man. I was right by you. That's why I dropped off that star to you. I went to pick up some speakers. Thanks. Yeah, I just got to figure out how I want to cut this out now. Let's try and take it close. I'm gonna pull this out. Maybe I'll redo this clamp here. Oh, dude, thank you. Oh man, you know, I should. You didn't have to do that, man. You got your name. Thanks for subscribing. I appreciate it. Hey, there's one Quiznos, I think, at the airport left in Minneapolis here. So your name is up on the board here. Show you what's going on here. Make this big. That's not the right one. Your name is up here with the other subscribers. Whoa. Dude. You are also one. Put these all up here. Noob. Thank you. You also have one of these. Thank you very much. You don't have to do that. I'm just here to share. Back up on subscriber. Oop, I dropped it. I need to get something better so I can show off these cool people. I know, it's crazy. I got rated. I need to do something better. I'm going to come up with something better very soon. But until now, you're on my garage door. Oh.
Happy Tuesday.
Dude. You gotta be kidding me. You shouldn't. Yeah, you shouldn't do that, man. Thank you. Dude. Thank you. I don't know what to say. I have never. Thank you. Yeah, I'm broken. I don't know what to say. In the future, maybe. Thank you. I'm gonna put you up here. Yeah. I'm very happy to have you guys here. I'm happy to share everything I'm doing. Okay. So thank you very much for the bits. Thank you for the subscriptions. If you're going to donate anything in the future, I would recommend donating to Camp Ovi. It's an organization that could really use help. They weren't able to open camp this year because of COVID, but hopefully they can continue to open in the future. So that's what I got to say.
Tinkly LOL.
Tink, man, I got all my subscriptions back. Thank you. Thank you. You also have a piece of wood. I'm gonna have to put something on this wall so that people can maybe like see it. I think I'm just gonna move them all over here. People are great. Thank you. That's where everyone is today. That's coming off. I should put this here. Right. I think in the future I'm gonna put a little like row right there that I can just set pieces of wood onto. Thank you, Tink. Tink is also a streamer. If any of you didn't know, she does all kinds of really cool crafts. So check her out if you want to see some really cool stuff. I'm gonna keep going because I don't know what else to do at this point. I expected nothing to happen today. All right. Crazy people. I'm not even that good of a streamer. All right, so we have to do a little bit of repair on this jigsaw. It's a little bit broken. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I have a lot. Oh, this is totally broken. Probably have to use those bits to get a new jigsaw. How am I gonna do this now? There's a lot of really nice woodworkers on here that I love to watch. There's I don't know, Bonsai Baby is really fun, and I don't know if anyone watches Clint or Timber New. He's really great. What's this Hula? I mean, there's more. I think there's a lot of work to be done to keep it interesting. So yeah. All right, I do have another jigsaw, but it's like a $10 jigsaw. So I think what I'm gonna do is cut it out rough, and then we'll cut it out rough, and then maybe we'll go in with a router. Clean it up. That sound. Yes, this jigsaw was like $10. And my better one is, I don't think I'm going to be able to fix this easily. Got into a wreck yesterday. Oh no. Well, I hope you're okay, man. I hope you're okay. And I hope you can fix everything. Sorry to hear about that. I don't even know how this goes back on. Okay. Definitely no refresh. Maybe I should just do it by hand. Oh, good. I'm glad you're fine. Okay. Well, the line hopefully is a simple matter. The bumper, well, that's a bummer. Like, I hate when you never make it look right again. Gotta like buy a whole new bumper and make sure that it fits right. It's one of those things. Driving your car and you never feel right about it afterwards. Oh yeah. Very cool. Oh, no.
Want be able to touch that top shear spot, but I figure I might as well put myself on the board.
Wow, Steven Seagal. Salty Steven Seagal. Thank you. Thank you very much. I will never do the same. Yep. Thank you for lurking. We'll try and stop by your stream later too. Yeah, use that emote that you can hardly see. Olive is my cat. You didn't know. Oh man, Salty Steven. Hey, you know what? 200 bits, I think, gets you a piece of wood. Why not? Plus, I get to put the name Salty Steven Seagal on the wall. And that's hilarious. Let me get you one right now. Wow, today's been a good day, man. Alright, today you're using a piece of blade material. Salty Steven Seagal. Mallet. Hey man, how you doing? Thanks for the bits, man. Put you up here. stopping in, man. Salty Steven Seagal, thank you for following. Yeah, you're welcome. That's my goal. Keep it chill. Keep it chill and hopefully help people learn some new skills. So I'm happy to answer any questions anyone has, especially Mallet. He just needs help. No, I'm just kidding. To anyone who doesn't know, Mallet is also a streamer, and he does mostly CNC projects, and they're really cool. Turn out really nice. I believe he sells them on Etsy, I think. All right. So jigsaw's out of my good jigsaw's out of commission. We're using my crappy one, and so we're going. This is going to take like a lot longer than I want because this jigsaw is really bad, and I have to go way outside of my lines. And then we'll have to clean it up afterwards, probably with, I don't know, a rasp or something. So I'm going to do this now. Let me know if it's too much on the ears. And we'll mute if that's good. And thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. Okay, so you just have to readjust here. If I keep going, I run into my vise that's underneath this, so I just have to move it a little bit. So I already have the desk, and this is just the thing that goes on top of the desk. I can show you a little more here. This helps. Yeah. So yeah, you can see I already have the desk, and this is just going to raise up my monitors. Right now I have 2 monitors, and well, technically I have 4 total. I have a big screen on the left, big screen on the right, and my laptop for work goes in the middle, and then I have a tiny screen right above the laptop in the middle as well. So, I mean, the problem is that my monitors are so low, and I'm looking down and I'm hunched over, and by the end of the day, my back just feels so bad. So I'm going to raise them up, and so I don't have to hunch over and look down as much. So I'm doing this kind of out of necessity because my back hurts all the time. So yeah, does that make sense? It's for my PC and my work computer. When I'm not working, I plug the monitors into my PC, and when I'm working, I plug them into my laptop for work. All right, just gotta pull this forward so I'm not hitting. In one of my previous streams, I built this workbench I'm currently working on. It's on wheels. It's one of my favorite things at the moment. Oh, yeah. Very cool. It's amazing how much carpet makes things feel a little more comfy. All right, hopefully that is enough. Once again, just let me know if this is too loud on me. They don't. All right, we need to readjust. It's nice to have a workbench where it's kind of a sacrificial service. You can just drill into it. It's not like a work of art where you care about doing it. You just drill into it, pound on it, get it dirty. It doesn't matter. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of my model right now. I draw things out on SketchUp, and then I try and build them. I try to keep it really chill. Readjust. We don't have enough support at the moment. Hey, thank you for following, Ryder. I definitely appreciate you being here. This has been one gosh darn successful stream for me, that's for sure. You mean the workbench? Yeah, this is leftover stuff from building the workbench. Yes, it is. And my girlfriend is going to, she just bought one of those sit-stand desks, and we're making a top for it. So that might be a next thing happening. All right, pushed it a little too far. And then push things too far. And don't take your time to break things. So. Let's get a new blade. Oh yeah, the MTL. I love that organization so much. They do so much good. I used to be a part of them when I lived in the condo in St. Paul. And that was the only way I was like able to do anything living in an apartment. Anyone who doesn't know, it's Minneapolis has a tool library where, like, if you don't have a tool, you just go borrow it like you would a book from a library. It's amazing. It's the coolest organization. Probably another one that should put as a donation option because they do so much good. If I still lived in St. Paul, I would probably be volunteering there. See if this is any better. It's not. This is so bad. All right, next on the tool list, the jigsaw that works. I think these screws are stripped. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I just need to use the right size, a metric wrench instead of a standard unit. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we've removed most of our material. What we have now is essentially a line, and it's not very perfect. But maybe I can show you guys a little bit closer what we have going on. So you can kind of see we have cut outside of our line, and all we want to do is basically sand. We want to sand up the line. That way we know we're even. The jigsaw isn't that accurate. The jigsaw I have is not that accurate. So all we're gonna do now is clean that up. Thank you all for being here. So if I wanted to make this perfect, I would make a template out of thinner material. That's exactly what I want to cut. And then we would use a router that follows that template, and it would cut this out exact. This is kind of an experiment for me, and we just want to have something that looks semi-decent. So I think I'm going to take, maybe we'll take a palm router or a palm sander. Just bring it to the line. Then we'll take a router along the edge and put a little round over on it. Yeah, we're gonna go to the palm sander route. You don't have to be perfect. We're just trying to make this ergonomic for my back. Well, yeah, it's not like it's a good workbench. That's why I made it out of plywood, because A, it's easily replaceable. B, it's not expensive. And I mean, I've had this guy right here. That bench is like 4 years old. And all I do is screw into it. I got drill holes and screws and paint and dirt and grime and everything. so much easier just to put a few screws in and use it to help you work and to worry about it being nice. But that's my opinion. There are some people who like to keep their things nice, and that is okay. I'm gonna wear a mask for this. Dust is not good for your lungs. Hopefully that wasn't too loud. But this did almost exactly what I wanted it to. I just took it up to the line. So you can hardly see my pencil marks anymore, and it looks just a lot closer than the jigsaw alone. And then I have a nice smooth edge now too. It's certainly not perfect. We're doing okay. So I'm just gonna go along and clean up some stuff by hand. There's this one spot right here that just got taken by the router or the jigsaw. Might be kind of hard to see. I'm not sure how to get a good camera view on this, but because I used really inexpensive plywood, the edges have like gaps in them. And I'm really not, I don't want to invest that much money into this, so I'm going to fill it with wood filler, and then we will see how it looks. I'd also like to put some kind of a round over edge on this, but a couple spots I want to stand out. Once again, at any time if this is too much noise, just let me know. I'll mute. I think at this point, I want to apply wood filler to the edges, all the gaps. And then I'm going to consider putting a router edge on the front. I should probably put some kind of treatment on the front. All right, wood filler. If I use better plywood, usually these edges turn out fairly good. You don't really have to do anything to them. This is the stuff you get from your local home improvement store. This is the best stuff you can get from your local home improvement store. It's not that great. But you will save money. Once we get wood filler on each side, we'll have to let it dry. I think this stuff takes 2 to 6 hours. Thought it was less. But there's stuff we can do in the meantime. Every time I do stuff like this on the cheap, I try to be frugal about some of these projects. I'm always reminded of people like Paul Sellers, who's a woodworker, really just wants to teach people how to woodwork. And so he does stuff like this, makes projects that are inexpensive. He makes things that look really complex a lot less. He makes them seem less complex. Hopefully I can help anyone who's interested in doing these kinds of things. Maybe reach out and try and do them. All right, so I got wood filler around the edge to fill all the gaps. It has to dry, but I'm going to sand the top and the bottom. And maybe instead of a router edge on the front, I'm just gonna sand it and knock it down a little bit. This a little bit better. We struggle to get the cameras right. Oh, I shouldn't have taken that mask off. It is so dusty in here. I'm just gonna let that fan, you can't really see it. I have a fan that has some furnace filters attached. I'm gonna let that take some of the dust out of here. It's very dusty. I'm gonna put a little wood filler on these edges. And then we should probably start thinking about some legs. It's still a little dusty, but a little bit better. Probably mostly on my glasses. All right. I'm gonna step into the restroom for a little bit, and then we'll be back and we're gonna start working on legs. So, just one moment. Oh, look at that camera. That got full of dust. Just caked. One of the next things I'm gonna have to do is an air cleaner. All right, one moment. Okay. Hopefully this Bluetooth didn't get messed up. All right, so we got the top. It's shaped. We're gonna let this wood filler dry. We're going to start shaping some legs. Gosh, there's dust everywhere. It's nasty. So we're going to use the same kind of plywood and shape out some legs from this. If you have any questions, just let me know. I'm going to take some measurements. Maybe clean this up a bit so it doesn't look weird. Four inches is our goal. 4 inches wide. Ooh. We're gonna change that to 1 foot 7, maybe 1 foot 6. Excuse me. All right. So I'm gonna rip down a piece of plywood, 4 inches, and we'll go from there. All right. Move you. So you can see where I'm working over here. I think you need me. Take this plug out here. Let's see. All right, so you can see that okay. I'm just gonna lay out the legs. I'm gonna transfer them onto this piece. And all we'll have to do is cut them out. A little bit. Yeah, take care of that. All right. Take another look, drawing. I think these angles were well, they were a little off, but we're just kind of going with this on the fly. So I'm just going to stick with a couple measurements in the angles. So I'll find my protractor. $54. Oops. These are 18. Yeah, almost 18. So we're going to make this 2 inches, 54-degree angle, 18. All right. So once we get all these cut, just gonna put this on the miter saw. Cut it. I'll show you that over the hose. Hopefully this doesn't take too long. I have my table saw set up to exactly 54 degrees. I thought of something in advance at least. So I don't want to touch it. I don't want to use the table saw to cut a miter on the, or I don't want to use the table saw yet because I have it set up perfectly. So we'll just cut this on the miter saw here. So I have two pieces here that are nearly exactly the same. We'll run them through the table saw to get them exactly the same. And square. And we'll do that right now, I guess. Why not? Oh, it's always a balance of keeping your shop clean, trying to get stuff done fast. Now I cut it a little bit oversized. So now I can cut it at exactly 4 inches using the table saw. There's so much stuff. All right. Something doesn't seem right. There we go. That's right. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the table saw, cut those 54-degree angles. Back to the dust. I'm going to double check our angles. Make sure we're good. What's up? Cameron? Where are you? Hey, thank you. Definitely, I think it's a cool project. I'll give you a little bit closer view if you'd like. Yeah, it's plywood. Trying to kind of treat it like a it's kind of a frugal project. I'm using cheap plywood, and it's going to help me at work stay a little more ergonomic. Thank you. Yeah, thanks a lot. Yep, I'm just gonna run this across the table saw now at 54-degree angle. No problem. Get your stuff done. School is important, man. I'm gonna cut these angles, and I got you on text-to-speech, so I can hear you no matter what. I'm just making sure that I set this up earlier at a 54-degree angle, and I'm just trying to double check that we're right. I don't think I could get any better than this. It's going to be more accurate than anything I can draw onto these boards. So, all right, we're going to do it, guys. Let me know if it's too loud. I can mute you. I should have a mask on. It's quite dusty. Well, thanks, I guess. I try to keep it tidy, but obviously it doesn't work all the time. Oh yeah, it's the dust is probably the main concern. I do have it's not really an air cleaner. It's kind of like a, I don't know. You see this guy here? It's a furnace filter on a fan. So that kind of helps. And if I wasn't streaming, I would have my shop vac connected. Yeah, I'm always trying to get the frugal option. I mean, you know. But yeah, that fan seems to actually work for the most part. It'd probably be better if I put a better furnace filter on, but an air cleaner is definitely my on my buy list for someday. Yeah, woodworking for mere mortals. I think it's great. I mean, he does stuff that is simple enough to get you interested, but it kind of looks complicated, you know? I like that. Oh, for sure. Though I gotta say, when he switched to the new format, I really thought, like, I don't know, he got kind of famous. I think it was maybe a little bit better before. Oh, no, it was more like when he went to, basically when he started getting a haircut. He like got some, I don't know, marketer or something. Yeah. Once he started, I mean, don't get me wrong, he's still great. He's great. But I feel like now it's just like he goes for the algorithm. So it's fine. He's great. He's great. There's another guy that I've kind of been following a little bit called Rex Kruger. And he's doing frugal stuff. He's trying to use mostly hand tools. No, you can't blame him for that. That's totally legit. He is cool. Heck yeah, that's probably the coolest part. I've even thought a couple of times about switching to only hand tools, because my opinion is that hand tools are more accessible than anything, really. Yeah, and I feel like hardwoods kind of make it less accessible too, because a lot of people can't afford that stuff. Yeah, I had Jay Bates. Yeah, yeah. YouTube. It's going to be really hard to do woodworking on Twitch because it takes so long, and YouTube is really the best format, I think. But yeah, and every time I go to the store where they sell the hardwoods in our area, I just get so depressed. Like, in order to make something nice, it costs a lot. So I usually just end up going to the big box store and buying a bunch of 2x4s. Or like I just did lately, I broke up a bunch of pallets that I got for free. Yeah, framing lumber, yeah. Twitch woodworking channel. Yeah, yeah. I feel the same way. I think if I were to do this today without talking to people, I would have been much faster. But at the same time, this is a lot of fun. And it keeps me going back to the garage. Oh, bummer. Oh, man. But you know what? There's a lot of people that have really good streams that are only on a phone. So yeah, I'm extremely lucky. I have a heater up in the corner, and I insulated this whole garage last year. So that works. Winter is here. Oh, Canada. Yep, I'm in Minnesota. Oh, thank you, Palsh. Palsh? Is that how you say that? Thank you for the follow. Thank you, Kovacs, for the follow. Polish? Polish. 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 I'd like to get it right if I can. Cool. Oh, thanks for coming around. Switch back to here. Flush porch, hey you. Oh man. I don't know. It's probably the least I could do to get someone's name right. Let's get a good camera view here. How's that? Let's leave it off. Get back into the action here. So I'm not sure how I want to cut these 18-degree angles. But we'll get them somehow. I can put it back on the table saw and just cut it to right there. I do have an 18-degree jig. Whoop, why do you say they're dumb? I kind of agree. Like, I have a hard time sticking with a single channel. Yeah. I think some of the carving channels I enjoy. Yeah. Well, good. I think it's kind of my goal is to just kind of show people what I'm doing, and definitely not super chatty. I think my main goal, I can't see this here, is to kind of make woodworking more accessible, kind of like Steve Ramsey or something. Huh. That's cool. This is not gonna work, is it? That won't work. Oh yeah. Thanks for the host. Definitely appreciate that. All right, guys. How should I cut that? I could just jig it. I could make a new jig, but that takes a while. Could hand cut it. Yeah, maybe I should use the bandsaw. The bandsaw isn't super stable at the moment. Ooh, yeah. Swayze, good. Thanks for following. Yeah, I think I will put it on the bandsaw. Whoever suggested that is the right one, I think. All right, I'm gonna roll it over the other side here so you guys can see. Does anyone follow on YouTube Musty01? He does like engine repair. I think it's Musty01. He's a cool dude. I really like his YouTube. All right, if I put the bandsaw right here, I can give you guys a good view. Well, it's actually not cars. It's small engines mostly. He does some cars, but small engines. Yeah, no, I just like his format. Like he just kind of takes you through what he's thinking. Yeah, dude, you'll never guess how much I paid for this thing. Never guess. Maybe you will. I don't know. But it's a motor size. Let me check that for you. It's a three-quarter horsepower. That's exactly what I was gonna say. Someone gave me this bandsaw, and I was beside myself. It's an old Delta that's got the cast iron top. It's a three-quarter horsepower, so it's not very big. It's pretty quiet as well. Yeah, three-quarter horsepower. I wonder what my table saw is. I can't really see that, but it's about as big as my table saw. I think my table saw is a 1.5. Maybe I'll set up a fence. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. Power is always good. Yeah, turns. Planers are nice. I have a jointer. Ooh. I do not have a planer yet. Sorry, can you still see this? I'd like to get a planer. I actually do have a planer lined up. There's a guy I've been buying. He's getting pretty up there in age, and he's letting me buy a bunch of his tools. So I have one lined up, but I don't know when I'm gonna be able to get it. It's pretty old. It's gonna need a lot of maintenance, I think. But well, that's good. I mean, something. I think I don't know, I gotta start somewhere. I didn't have any of these tools 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I had a battery-powered circular saw. It's whatever fits in the tool bucket. That's good. That's half the battle. All the stuff I've gotten has been so beat up that it needs a lot of repair. Exactly. I got this, I don't know, you can't really see it maybe, but this Craftsman jointer, it's probably as old as me maybe. And like all I had to do was de-rust it, sharpen the blades. is nice. And this thing is probably, I don't know, it's probably made in 2000 maybe? Maybe 2000? Pretty old. Forever.
Halsh 109.
Yeah, drill press is nice. I just got a tiny one in the corner. But they are very useful. Alright, we're gonna have to do a lot of cleanup on that, but I think my blades will go. Yeah. There's lots of easy like makeup that I'm having certain. I don't have. Hope you can hear me. I don't know. But I don't have the jointer. Or I don't have the planer, so I have these hand planes. So that's what I'm stuck doing most of the time. Not like it's bad, I guess. But it's almost a job in itself to figure out how you do things without the right tools. Thanks. Yeah, dude, I don't know if I can, maybe I can show you here what I got going. I made a track system with a tongue and groove. Yeah, I had some tongue and groove. I don't know. I think they're like the Naughty Pine stuff. And then I can literally, that board is just sitting there. I can move that. Here's yeah, I got like, I can move these things, put them anywhere on the track. This one goes up 2 levels. I can move it. And I can just attach a webcam to it anywhere I want. So once again, I don't have cash to do any kind of track system. So we make it work for me. Oops. Didn't have the cash to buy real speakers, so I bought cheap ones. Strapped into the ceiling. Literally strapped into the ceiling. Thank you. So that's kind of my deal. I don't have money for stuff. So I need stuff. I could try and hand plane this down. Yeah. Hey, I mean, do what you do. I got these speakers for $40, and then I bought a cheap receiver. Oh, I'm by the cities. Bemidji's pretty far up there. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'm by St. Paul. So I'm just gonna, I got this belt sander. I think it costs like $30 or something at Harbor Freight. And this is probably the best thing I've ever bought. It's so good. Oh, Chicago, all right. Awesome. Heck yeah. We're all us many Minnesota people just love to talk about how we love Minnesota. It's something we do. Ah, this is dusty. Get you in close here. Oh, so dusty. This belt is totally done. You gotta put a new belt on. It's like smooth. Hey, welcome back. Hope everything is okay. Hey, that's great though. Yeah. I mean, that's definitely a good way to do it, for sure. I try to keep everything mobile in this workspace because not a ton of room, I guess. Oh, little puppy. Well, at least she brought her back, I guess. All right. Sandpaper is gonna be like super abrasive now. Yeah, this is one of my most prized tools in the shop. Dude, my dad is an electrician, so everything in here I wired myself, except for I had one plug in here, and then I put new circuits, new wiring, new lighting, all the lighting I did. It's great. Oh. Look at your parent. Look at your doggy parent. All right. Well, I'm good. Always seems to be the problem. All right, satisfied with that one. That's okay. Roughly the same. Oh, well, it's good you got electrical friends, man. I'm certainly not a genius when it comes to electrical. But, enough to have this whole garage wired and did all the new lights in my living room. And ran up the wire to this electric heater I have in the corner. Let me show you that. Let me see that. Right next to the speaker up there. Well, that's good. Oh, okay. Well, I think these turned out okay. They're roughly what I wanted to be precise. That's pretty good. I should probably sand them. Maybe I won't subject you guys to any more sanding. So I did the top already. I don't know if you guys saw that. The top is cut and shaped. And the legs will eventually get onto it. Thanks. I think it looks especially good considering it's the cheapest. Well, technically it's the best plywood you can get from the box store. But I was thinking of attaching them. Yeah, no one wants to see sanding though. I don't think. I was thinking of attaching them. I wanted to do like a dado, but I don't think it's worth it for this kind of plywood. Like if I start, dadoing in, I think it's just gonna like fly apart. It's not very pretty plywood. So I think I'm gonna either gonna do a dowel. I think I want to do a dowel glue. Yeah, it might work, but I don't know. I don't think it's worth it for this kind of plywood. I'm just gonna probably do dowels. I have a biscuit joiner. Yeah, I do have some test stuff, but yeah, maybe it would probably work. But at this point, I kind of just all full board on the dowels. I also have that biscuit joiner, but it's not very good. But we will work on the next part. So let me know if this sounds good to you. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm in the mixed camp there. It seems like the new ones are much better than the old ones. So there's that. This one's an old one. All the biscuits are really loose in it. So I made this. Yeah. Right. probably not worth it. I just got one because I bought it from an old guy for like, I think I paid like $5 or $10. An old guy, I'm sorry. All right, I'm gonna cut this off on the miter saw. Yeah. I think dowels are they're easy to set up. I think they're just, I don't know, maybe not overrated. That was another option. Yeah, I definitely use my fair share of pocket screws, and I could definitely do it for this. I mean, how could you not? It's just the easiest thing in the world. I actually use pocket screws for this bench here. I have no problems with pocket screws. Yeah, especially when you glue the joint along with it. Like, I've definitely made mistakes where I've not glued it. Thought it would be fine. Chop this off quick on the miter saw. Oh yeah. 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 For sure. Heirloom quality does definitely not equal pocket screws. But when you're just dinking around in the garage and you need to do something fast, there you go. Perfect. Utilitarian. Yeah. I think the only reason you should not use them is if you want that to be like exactly like you said, the heirloom piece. You want it to be use traditional joinery and be nice for maybe like future generations. Otherwise, I have no issues with doing anything with hot wheels. Yeah. For sure. Nothing wrong with that. But I've literally used them for almost everything. Just fill them up. All right. Oh. Never have enough outlets. So much dust. What am I doing? Should have been wearing my mask. Yeah, what makes like IKEA stuff, all that particle board and the like the shipping methods. Ooh. What about like using like old-fashioned nails? I mean, when you go back to a period piece and you look at like a lot of them use nails. And like that was considered cheating for a long time. I read the Little House on the Prairie books, and yeah, no, but I read these Little House on the Prairie books, and Pa from the books like straight up is like, I don't know why anyone would even need nails. So at one point in time, that was considered cheating too. Oh man, I attempted dovetails a couple times, and this little like pencil box I have on this. No, maybe you can't see that. Take it off. This is like the only thing I have that's dovetailed. This was a practice box I made for holding stuff. Yeah, they're okay. There's a few gaps. They didn't, the boards I used weren't perfectly planed, so it kind of was off a bit. Yeah, that was a practice box. I love hand tools. Does anyone follow the Wood Whisperer? Kind of has like a hybrid method for everything. He mixes hand tools and power tools. I think it's really cool. Yeah, do what you gotta do, man. The Wood Whisperer, yeah, he's on YouTube and he has his own website. He's mostly like I hate recommending him because he like sells a lot of the stuff, which is a little inaccessible to a lot of people. Yeah, the Wood Talk podcast. He's a legit woodworker. No, he's great. Don't worry about that. I don't know. He's good, but I have his book, and it's all about hybrid woodworking. I think it's just really cool to mix hand tools and power tools, and kind of get the best of both worlds. Dude, thank you for lurking. Yeah, hopefully I helped. Probably see you again sometime. Maybe not my next stream, but the next thing I'm going to be working on is a Christmas star. Yeah. And I got my planes right here. I use them all the time. My smoothing plane and my jack plane. I use them all the time. I have my block plane here. I got some hand saws. I enjoy working with hand tools, and they make less dust, which is always welcome. Dust is terrible. I gotta figure out angle. I don't need an angle. I just need this measurement here. 1 3/4. You know. Yeah. I get so, and it's like a workout, man. It's like you're doing something good for your body when you work with hand tools. Definitely need more of that. Yeah. I think this is gonna go back on the bandsaw again too. I'll sand it out. It's just the easiest solution. Yeah. I don't know, but I'm always gonna choose the most frugal option. I'm not gonna buy. Like, the only reason I have a jointer is because I got that thing for $50 from some guy who didn't use it. Otherwise, I would not have a jointer. And I'd probably be using a hand tool for that entire task. Oh, thanks. All right. Oh yeah, for sure. I'll follow you back, man. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I'll check it out. I haven't been streaming for very long, so I don't really have a lot of my stuff on there. But I got lots and lots planned for the future. So, and then I plan to do all my like home improvement projects. So, we're about like a few months out from putting hardwood flooring in the entire house, and I think I'm gonna stream it. So, maybe as well, I guess. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I haven't really seen that on Twitch, so I thought it would be a good idea. I don't think it matters how long you do woodworking. I think the most important thing is that you just do it when you are able. Because if you always wait until you have the right tools, you're going to be waiting a long time. Oh. Oh man, yeah. Seems like a yeah, it kind of sounds like you have a really good resource there. My grandpa passed when I was really young, but I have, even though he wasn't able to pass much on to me, there's still something there, just in the stuff that I got. Like, before I can remember, he had me pounding nails into wood for no other purpose than pounding nails. And just that alone, even though it's almost nothing, gave me a lot. And then my grandma gave me his two things. An old woodworking hand plane that's basically, I'm not touching it, I'm leaving it, it's on my wall right now. And then he gave me a horseshoe that he had pounded into a heart. I have a picture of this somewhere. This is all the crap I do. I do a lot of food as well. But I have this hand plane. I made it into an art that goes on the wall. There it is. So those two things are what I have basically of my grandpa. His old hand plane and the horseshoe that he pounded into a heart. And I put it onto, when I lived in my condo, I tore out the bathroom and they had the original floorboards from 1901 still in there that I had to take out to repair some stuff. That's maple after I cleaned it. If I were to plane that maple, it would be pure white. And that's after I sanded it even. So it's just really, really old. So I thought it was interesting. I brought the old hand plane, the old horseshoe, and the old floorboards together. Yeah, on my wall. Oh, that's cool. I love that idea. Oh man, what they give us, what seems like the least valuable of the things that they give us, sometimes are meaningful and very valuable. It just works out sometimes. And it's kind of interesting too, because the things that they think are the most valuable, so just sometimes like they could spend like a ton of money on some kind of momentous thing that they think that you're gonna keep for the rest of your life, and it's like my grandma always spent tons and tons of money on Beanie Babies because they're gonna be collectible someday. She bought us all these Beanie Babies, thinking that she's investing in our future for these things. And really, they're Beanie Babies. They're nothing. Oh, yeah. She just thought this was going to be amazing for us. And the worst part was they're toys. She bought them and she kept them around, and she kept them at her house instead of giving them to us right away because she didn't want them to lose value. And we never got to play with them, and so they just sat in her closet. And then now when she's trying to get rid of all her stuff, she's trying to give them to us, but we don't. They're worth the same that they were when they're worth probably less than what we bought them for. But the hand plane that's been sitting in the garage for I don't know how long means so much more to me than the Beanie Babies or the stupid horseshoe that has no other meaning. Yeah, anyway, I'm just gonna keep working here. You got it, man. Thanks for sticking around. I'm gonna get this done too. Making a lot of dust today. Whew. All right, so we got our legs. Maybe now I'm just going to I'm gonna put filler on these edges. We're gonna sand sides. And we're probably gonna call it a day because that filler has to dry and cure, do its all that good stuff. Maybe I'll sand first. Hey. Fall is the best season. Thank you for following. Appreciate you being here. Just gonna sand these up and see where it takes us. And a little plywood filler. Oh. Thank you, man. I don't know what to say. I appreciate you being around. I'm glad you like it. Thank you. Oh. Man. Alright, so we did like a rough sand. We're gonna do some wood filler on all these gaps, smooth it out. And we'll probably put an end for today. We'll let this wood filler dry and then we'll come back another time. We'll finish sanding and then we'll assemble. After everything is sanded well, we're gonna assemble and then we'll decide if we're going to paint it or give it some kind of a finish. I'm hoping to just leave it plywood, but if it doesn't look very good, I'm not gonna worry about that. I'm just gonna paint it, put a stain on it maybe, a dark stain. I think I have some espresso color stain. We can color it dark. I feel like espresso is a great color for an office. probably mentioned it before, but we're only using wood filler because this is really cheap plywood. If you had better quality stuff, or maybe like hardwood, yeah, we wouldn't be doing this. But it's the material I had around the house already. So we're just keeping it frugal. Plus, we're trying to make fewer trips to the hardware store. Any store, really. I don't know why I care about the top. But, well. around her legs. And our little brace in the middle. Well, that's gonna go. We have our top over here. Maybe I'll just set this up real quick, see how it looks. Gosh, it's so dusty. So my goal for this is we're setting it up like so. It's definitely going to be sturdy enough. Set up like this without any supports, it's like solid. It doesn't even look that bad. Yeah, I don't know, can you see that? Put this camera away for a little bit. I mean, like, there's nothing holding it on. It barely rocks, and there's pressure on it. Sturdy. This might actually work. So, okay. We'll let the filler dry and we'll come back maybe this weekend sometime, finish sanding, and then maybe decide on a finish. And then I'll take pictures of the final product. The next project I intend to do is a Christmas star. And maybe I can show you guys here. Be a little sneak preview. Oops. Oh, well, I'm glad you're back. Yeah, dude, there's no support, there's no attachments to the base, and this thing is solid. Like, it's gonna work for sure. But I was just showing off what I intend to do. What the heck? Sure. Oh no, I don't want to do that. Oh no, I just broke my star. Oh, I can't believe I did that. I overwrote. Oh, did I do that? Oh, I did. Oh no. Well, I'm gonna have to redraw that. Anyway, I can't believe I did that. What do you say? Okay. Well, here, I have a star over here that I made. And this was kind of just a test piece to see if I could cut the angles right. But basically, I'm going to remake this star. I'm going to put 2 stars. We're going to put 2 stars kind of sandwiched together and put LED lights on the inside. And then we'll put this in my window as a Christmas decoration. The second star is going to be bigger so that it kind of shines and reflects out. And we're going to plane this wood a little more so it's cleaner. And we might even give it a whitewash, I'm not sure. So, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and we're using my palette wood that I got for free. But unfortunately, palette wood is terrible. You have to like make sure all the nails are out of it. Otherwise, you ruin whatever you're trying to flatten it on. So, yeah. Making some Christmas decorations. Yeah, so my next stream, I'll probably try and finish up this guy. And then maybe start on that Christmas star. We'll see what happens. We're going to finish sanding it. Figure out if I'm gonna treat the edges with like a router. We'll see if we're gonna do that. We'll see how it looks after we give it a second sanding. If it looks bad still, we're gonna paint it. Or at least give it a really dark stain. I think I might give it an espresso stain and then put a oil finish over it or something so it stays solid. But if it looks nice just after the second sanding, I'm just gonna put finish over it and leave it natural. Yeah. Gonna kind of finish up here. Is there anybody you would like to raid? Only crafting person. Oh, there's oil change. He's pretty good. We'll send you over to him. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for the subs. Thanks for the bits. Yeah, thank you. I don't stream that often, but I love doing it. And I'm glad you like it. That's for sure. I can't thank you guys enough. Thanks for everything. How many times can you say thank you? I don't know. But it's been fun. So have a good day. Goodbye.
two are happy together, but this third one is not happy.